Good morning, everybody. I'm going to call the meeting to order. We have a number of members joining us electronically today. We're going to start with a roll call, and we're doing that electronically as well. So there will be an open vote to indicate your presence. I think I did, yeah. So Councillor Leahy's not here yet, and who's the Yeah, I think everyone else is online. Okay, thank you. We're going to move on with the business. We have a fairly lengthy agenda today in regards to staff presentations as well as the budget guideline. Would be in order to have the adoption of the minutes, which is 3.1 of the meeting is December 13th. Moved by Chair Henty, second by Councillor McDougall. Corrections, questions? Being none, all those in favor, raise your right hand. No, that's carried. Oh, yeah. Any declarations of interest? Being none, we'll move on then. No, there's no statutory public meetings. We'll move to the first presentation, and it's the orientation from the CAO's office, and the CAO's up.
Great. Thank you very much.
It's done.
On. Good morning, everyone. I am going to provide a quick overview of the city CAO's office. And I'll be happy to take any questions at the end of the presentation. So the role of the CAO's office is to provide overall leadership and direction to foster efficient and effective operations in a collaborative, high-performing work environment. We have a focus on modernization and innovative service delivery and ensure accountability, transparency, and good governance while providing quality advice to support regional council. We also ensure that Council's decisions are implemented effectively and efficiently. Divisions within the CAO's office focus on cross-departmental and intergovernmental initiatives. So while you'll see a number of major initiatives under the CAO's office, their primary role is not only subject matter expertise, but bringing the various departments along. In the next few slides, I'll provide a little bit more detail into each of the divisions within the department. So, sorry. The Strategic Initiative Divisions has 5 areas of priority: the strategic plan and organizational performance, climate action and environmental sustainability, governance and community relations, which, as you saw in an email earlier that last week, will be moving over to the communications function within the department, key policy initiatives, and innovation. I did provide a quick overview of the strategic plan at our orientation session, so I won't go into great detail here, but you see the various principles on the screen: environmental sustainability, community vitality, economic prosperity, social investment, and service excellence. Next month, you'll be seeing a new dashboard that's going to be available to Council and the public to outline where we are in achieving each of these goals. And in 2023, we'll begin developing the process for our next strategic plan. Durham Region has long been a leader in climate action. The Durham Regional Roundtable on Climate Change was established in 2009 to help position the region as a leader in addressing climate change issues. The Roundtable has since supported the development of 2 council-endorsed climate action plans and award-winning plans, I must say: the Durham Community Climate Adaptation Plan and the Durham Community Energy Plan. When Durham Region declared a climate emergency in 2020, my instruction to staff across the corporation was relentless implementation, both in supporting community organizations and addressing climate issues, but also internally to ensure that we are also reducing our greenhouse gas footprint. I should point out at the beginning that the Strategic Initiatives Division is led by Sandra, who you all know here, and she's with me. I think you're in the room, aren't you? Sandra Austin, thank you. Uh, Government relations. I will not talk to this slide at all at this point because you will see on tomorrow's agenda for Committee of the Whole, there is a presentation that summarizes the accomplishments in government relations for 2022 and the strategic priorities for 2023. Of course, these priorities often change very quickly depending on the legislation or regulations that we see from the province. But it's a very active group, and I think it's had some key successes, as you'll see in the Committee of the Whole report. The policy team leads corporate initiatives that anticipate, influence, and respond to policy changes that are likely to impact community or regional operations. Staff develop positions and submissions to provincial and federal government, as well as to regulatory bodies. And this is one of the key areas that we do respond to provincial legislation when we have a commenting period. The final unit within the Strategic Initiatives Division is the Innovation Team, which has developed a strategy to build the organization's innovation capacity when dealing with service delivery and other challenges. The group focuses on the 4 key areas you see listed in the screen. Collective focus is about connecting innovation to our strategic goals and identifying key issues where we need to focus our innovation efforts. In other words, to try to solve some complex problems. Transform will take the form of an innovation incubator program that is helping the organization transform ideas into actual solutions. And then Connect represents efforts to partner with our corporate support systems and support the development of corporate processes and tools that enable innovation and improve efficiencies. And finally, Practice is about sharpening our skills in project management, innovation processes, and collaboration to help teams deliver value in projects involving innovation. And this has become particularly important in the region as we expand on some of our strategic plan objectives in the area of housing, climate change, 311. Project management has really become a critical skill, and I think it's being developed very effectively across the corporation. The next division that I'll talk about is Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, and it's headed by Alison Hector Alexander. The division is relatively new. It began in 2021, and it's already had some tremendous successes. Has worked with most of the local municipalities in training and in organizing their own diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. And the DEI division supports both corporate and community initiatives. 4 areas that the division focuses on are accessibility, the local immigration partnership, community safety and well-being, and equity and inclusion. This slide addresses some of the successes that the division has in its short life. We've initiated the Durham Region Anti-Racism Task Force and Action Implementation Plan, which is intended to address anti-Black racism. We've installed permanently the flag for the Mississaugas of Scugog Island, as well as a commemorative orange crosswalk that you'll see driving in off Garden Street as a reminder of the reconciliation work that we still need to do. And as I said, we introduced Durham's first community safety and well-being plan and actually hosted a cross-GTHA session on these plans to ensure that we're working beyond municipal boundaries, given that the issues that are being addressed often transcend municipal boundaries. The Emergency Management Office is managed by James Kilgore, and it deals with emergency management, business continuity, and nuclear and public education awareness. This group has been incremental through the pandemic. Its business continuity enabled us to for those that are able to move to a remote work environment during the pandemic very quickly. It also worked with those that had to come in and be on the front lines every day to ensure that they had the necessary safety precautions in place. It managed the mass vaccination centers, the PPE requirements, and also developed the staff screening tool with using the provinces as a base. The emergency management team is creating an online orientation on the role of elected officials in an emergency, so stay tuned. That will be coming shortly. And what you should know is that Durham Emergency Management is responsible for developing and testing emergency plans. Through training and exercises, we better prepare staff on the roles and responsibilities in an emergency, and we often do this in partnership with each community, as an emergency often requires coordination between the municipality and the region. And in that capacity, they work very closely with the fire chiefs and local emergency management coordinators. And we're also the lead in ensuring that nuclear plans and programs are continuously reviewed and tested, including the public emergency system in the event that we would have a nuclear incident, which is, as you know, very unlikely. Corporate communications, you would have seen the announcement earlier or later last week. I'm very pleased to say that Alison Burgess will be assuming this role as director at the end of the month. And in that capacity, we'll be moving over government relations and community engagement all under one umbrella, which we think will really improve how we message our priorities to other orders of government and to the public. The communication division is an award-winning team that is very innovative and creative. It provides communication support to all regional departments and provides a variety of other services, including social media, photography, videography, brand management, and the list goes on. The team works closely with staff to develop clear, consistent messaging to tell the Durham story, safeguard and champion the region's brand, and ensure that we are operating as a transparent government. As I noted at the outset, this division will be expanding in the coming weeks. Sorry, I got double-sided paper here, which is efficient but a little confusing. The Legal Services Division is a recent addition to the City CAO's office. We just moved it over as of January 1st. There are three key areas here: the Solicitor's Office, the POA Court Services, and the POA Prosecution Services. I won't go through the next three slides, because what you'll see is some of the major initiatives that the legal division is involved with. And they range from a smaller project to really massive initiatives. The one that is front of mind right now is the York-Durham Sewage Solution, which appeared in Bill 23, been instrumental in setting up our Durham OneNet, our broadband corporation. And you'll see there's quite a variety of initiatives that the legal department plays a critical role in to make sure we stay on the right path. So with that, Mr. Chair, I am happy to turn it back over to you and take any questions.
Questions of CAO? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Thank you. Our next presentation is from the Commissioner of Corporate Services, Ms. Goodwood, and it's in regards to orientation of the Corporate Service Department.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, committee members and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to introduce the Corporate Services Department to you with a bit more detail this morning. Corporate Services provides, next slide, please. Corporate Services provides both inward and outward facing services through our four divisions: Human Resources, Information Technology, Legislative Services, and our newest division, Service Durham. We provide support and advice to all staff and committee and council members within the region, as well as working with our local area municipalities and agencies. This morning, I'm going to provide an overview of the services that we provide and outline some of our priorities for the coming year. Next slide. The Corporate Services Department is managed by four directors. Louise O'Dell provides leadership for our Human Resources Division, Casey for Information Technology, Alec Harris for the Legislative Services Division, and Junaid Sirwar for the Service Durham Division. Next slide. Our Human Resources Division consists of four areas: employee and labor relations, compensation and benefits, health, safety and wellness, and talent acquisition and organizational development. The Employee and Labor Relations area of Human Resources covers many different areas in the workplace and include union relationships, which includes trying to resolve issues before grievances are filed, responding to queries, collaboration, and acting as the liaison between management and union groups, negotiations, which involves collaboration, working through contract proposals, letters of understanding, settlements, and union contract negotiations, grievances, which assess evidence compared to our policies, meetings, reports, mediation, or arbitration if required, and the execution of settlements. Investigations, conflict resolution, and facilitated discussions involves meetings, evidence collection, interviews, assessments, and written reports. Harassment, discrimination, and racism investigations are done by our staff and three-party agents and provide assessments, workplace restoration or mediation, reports, and meetings to resolve conflicts. Similarly, staff perform workplace violence and process reviews, but also include safety plans, working with security, facilities, and the legal division to ensure our staff remain safe in all work environments. The Performance and Learning Plan area provide training and development support to management staff and provide a variety of electronic and in-person training for all staff. The following is an example of the work performed by the Compensation and Benefits area of the Human Resources Division. Benefits Administration, which includes the design and implementation of plans and policies. This group oversees the pension administration and keep up to date for new and changing OMERS requirements and communications. Staff provide compensation management by comparing like organizations to ensure we are remaining current and have the ability to recruit and retain staff. We ensure pay equity compliance and support the region's job evaluation process, and we provide cost estimates for proposed compensation packages during union negotiations. The Health and Safety team develop and deliver internal training content to meet the Ontario Occupational Health and Safety Act and other safety programs, including but not limited to noise surveys, audiometric testing, respirator fit testing, ergonomic assessments, electrical safety programs, and confined space training. The Health and Safety team also provide expertise and support to assist with workplace violence risk assessments, participate in joint health and safety meetings, respond to health and safety inquiries, legislation questions, and internal process and procedure questions. They assist with critical injury investigations and Ministry of Labor orders if received. And our healthy workplace initiatives include identifying and implementing wellness programming based on available data. Next slide. The Talent Acquisition and Organizational Development team of Human Resources provides recruitment for all departments, including advertising both internally and externally, setting up and participating in interviews, evaluations, and reference checks. We also promote working for the region online and at job fairs. Succession planning is led by Talent Acquisition and is very important as we use the information to estimate when positions might become vacant, which helps us be prepared. This is used to feed into the employee learning and development plans to help them reach their goals. HRIS, or Human Resources Information Systems, involves keeping track of trends and benchmarking statistics. The Information Technology Division of Corporate Services is the primary provider of IT services to all of the departments across the region. They are responsible for application services, data center infrastructure, service delivery, the corporate GIS, ad hoc projects, and the networking and security of all of our systems. The IT Division of Corporate Services are the custodians and management of the region's technology and data assets. Every year, they respond to over 13,000 email requests, 12,000 telephone calls asking for assistance regarding technology, and they support over 4,000 technology devices, 1,200 mobile devices, and over 70 network sites, and we offer Wi-Fi in 57 of our 70 regional sites. Our IT group were and are instrumental in ensuring that hybrid work is happening seamlessly, and they provide desktop and network support to some of our local municipalities. CSIT is also responsible for the Geographic Information Systems, also known as GIS. This division supports our mapping needs regarding the Urban Heat Island map for climate initiatives, the North Durham map viewers, the North Durham What's My Ward, the Settlement Service map regarding immigration, and the Technology Asset Story map on the Durham Technology and Innovation Portal. We also support the GIS needs of our local area municipalities in the northern townships and cooperatively work with all 5 of the southern municipalities on data share and offer GIS expertise to their staff. And we have formed a partnership with Sparks Hunter and Code for Canada and provide for their GIS needs. The main project that CSIT is working on currently is the My Durham 311 implementation. As work is completed, service areas are transitioning over to the Service Durham division. A few updates today include the Customer Relationship Management, or CRM system, is now operating, while more features and functionality are being built into the system as we move forward. The customer portal branding has been completed. The knowledge base in the system has more than 260 articles available to our customer service staff. Our goal is 500 articles by August of 2023. The project team is also supporting the Scugog CRM Go Live, which is running concurrently to this project. We have implemented 311 enabled dialing at the region, which means that callers within the Durham region borders can dial 311. And we have also created a 311 e-learning module. IT security is a big concern of businesses today. Phishing campaigns are one of the ways hackers access internal systems, and as with any organization, there is always room for improvement. Information security risk management means we are ensuring that all data and infrastructure risks are identified and there is a proper mitigation plan for each item that has been identified. We are now using a multi-factor authentication, which makes sure that there are at least 2 elements needed to access the system. For example, a password plus a text or email, which reduces the risk of stolen passwords or impersonations of staff within the system. We also perform vulnerability assessments and remediations. Periodically, we perform internal tests by sending out emails to see if anyone does something that they aren't supposed to do, such as click on a reply button to a phishing email. We get the results and determine what the security holes are, and they are addressed. This is a continuous operation and only increases as technology improves. The Legislative Services Division is responsible for council services, information management, and the Corporate Access and Privacy Office. The Council Services team ensures the region is compliant with legislative requirements under the Municipal Act, the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, also known as MFIPA, the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, and the Municipal Elections Act, providing service to the regional chair, council members, and internal and external stakeholders. Council Services manages the legislative process, which includes providing secretariat support to regional council, standing committees, committee of the whole, advisory committees, Durham Region Transit Commission, and various boards. They prepare agendas and minutes, coordinate meetings, and offer procedural advice. The region has also several independent offices required by legislation that investigate complaints regarding the conduct of council members, closed meetings, and delivery of municipal services. They also direct complaints to the appropriate area and engage directly when necessary. Lastly, the council service team is responsible for the conduct of the election of the regional chair every 4 years, in accordance with the Municipal Elections Act, and the transition to a new term of regional council, including onboarding of council members and the inaugural meeting of council. Information management is the area within legislative services that leads and manages the official records of the corporation. This group maintains the region's records using the corporate classification scheme and records retention schedule, which enables staff to process requests for information and retrieve historical records as required. They also manage the region's on-site and off-site inactive record storage facilities, which can contain over 16,000 boxes of physical records. Regional staff have regular access to these records as needed, and in the last term of office, there were over 12,000 requests for retrievals for records from inactive storage. The team also ensures the proper destruction of the expired records. Lastly, the Access and Privacy Office responds to Freedom of Information, or FOI, requests from the public, investigates and resolves privacy issues and complaints, and provides training and education on privacy matters for the employees of the region. The previous term of council, the Access and Privacy Office responded to over 730 FOI requests from the public. Each FOI request requires direct follow-up with the department to identify the relevant records, review of each document to determine suitability for release, consultation with legal services if necessary, redaction of the documentation, and response to the requester. Under MFIPA, a response must be provided for every FOI within 30 days of receiving the request. Service Durham is the newest division of the Corporate Services Department and is responsible for the My Durham 311 program, the contact center, and the public front counter of the regional headquarters. My Durham 311 is a customer experience transformation project that began in 2020 and will consolidate 28 call centers, 80 front desks, and 18 social media accounts into a clear point of contact. Internally, we combined 60 phone numbers across our services, offered from 28 different business units within all of the departments, to create a one-stop call, enhancing our customer service, making it easy to do and easy to remember. This service had an external soft launch in 2022 and will expand during 2023. Just call 311 and we will be happy to assist you. By transferring call center knowledge from the departments into the Service Durham division, we are starting out with a knowledge-based service. We implemented the new CRM information system, Microsoft Dynamics, in 2022, a customer resource management system that will allow our staff to access a knowledge bank of information about all of the services offered by the region. We will implement a training and knowledge management process for updates and training for new staff as they onboard. And to ensure process excellence, we have customer journey mapping, analysis, monitoring, coaching, and feedback for our staff. We will continually coordinate with knowledge specialists within the departments to ensure accuracy and consistency from the contact center. We have also put in place memorandums of understanding regarding call transfers with all bordering municipalities, as well as with local area municipalities, so our customer service representatives are able to provide a warm transfer of calls that are specific to that municipality. Warm calls will include a brief introduction about the call before the handover to ensure a seamless service to the customer. Service Durham customer service representatives are staffed at the front counters every working day between 8 and 5. Front counters serve the public as well as employees of the region. The staff have access to all systems to ensure consistency of services provided to customers. We have transitioned corporate services, planning and economic development, and emergency management call centers over to Service Durham and just transitioned waste management. The rest of the departments will transition during 2023. The next slide will highlight areas of focus for the coming year. In human resources, we'll focus on supporting the multi-generational workers that are within the region, providing recruitment for the region during a labor shortage, while balancing being a competitive employer with fiscal responsibilities. We'll support employees' wellness, particularly mental health during the pandemic, and ensuring the workforce is engaged and managed in a hybrid virtual environment. We'll support community partners with employment outreach initiatives. We'll build workplace respect awareness and support employee development to ensure employee retention and corporate knowledge transfer. The Information Technology Division will be focused on providing operational reports to transit and other departments using the Power BI system, replacing the current phone system with a Teams calling system, saving contract costs, ensuring all system backups are ransomware protected and available if needed. This is an ongoing challenge. Ensuring that all the cloud applications and storage are being fully utilized and are economical for the region, and focusing on service delivery enhancements, such as automated lockers for delivering new computers to staff. The lockers, once in place, will allow an easier and more efficient delivery system for the staff in CSIT and the other departments to organize deployment and pickup times. The Legislative Services team will be working on several key projects this year, focusing on the themes of innovation and continuous improvement. This group will continue to make improvements to the new audio-visual technology installed in the council chambers and deployment of the eScribe agenda management software. Candidate financial statements for the 2022 municipal elections are due in March of 2023, including the administration of the compliance audit process. Additionally, staff are in the process of developing a new corporate public conduct policy. The information management team will be developing a business case for the acquisition of electronic records management software in 2024. These are critical steps towards the implementation of a full electronic records management environment as the region increasingly transitions away from paper-based record keeping. During 2023, Service Durham will be introducing service channels and a customer service portal that will allow us to include emails, chat messages, and a self-service function for our customers. We are expecting over 700,000 calls, emails, and chat messages during 2023, rising to over 1 million by 2024. The omni-channel platform is a customer service portal that will enable a self-service option to the residents by utilizing artificial intelligence capabilities to direct questions and to provided answers. And we've just started a new program with Durham College that is very exciting. Starting this month, we are being provided students every semester from Durham College to collect data through a customer survey regarding customer expectations, analysis of the data, and a strategy that will provide residents with their preferred service channels in the future and will help us to refine our current priorities. We will be providing the students with Six Sigma White Belt training by the Director of Service Durham, Junaid, who is a black belt in Lean Six Sigma, which we are utilizing in other areas of corporate services as we look for improvements and efficiencies. Thank you very much. Are there any questions?
Questions of the delegate? None online. You have to put a request in because then I have to grant it. It's a whole new system here. Watch this. There you go.
Through the chair, I need a left-handed request button.
Okay.
Thank you for the presentation. Just a quick question, just for clarification. Multi-generational worker?
So we currently through the chair, we currently have 5 generations in the workforce now. I think in history, we've never had that many in the workplace at one time. And each generation, their needs are a little bit different than the other generations. So it's a bit more complicated.
Okay, sorry, just looking for a definition of the term, that's all. I wasn't sure. So multi-generational means throughout generations. So from, our oldest generation to our youngest, that's the idea? Okay. And I'm assuming that the reason for the annotation is because perhaps the oldest generation and the youngest generation don't exactly work the same way?
Or want the same things. Correct?
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Any other questions? Being none, thank you, Commissioner. Our next presentation is Ms. Taylor and Ms. Simpson, and it's a financial department orientation. Just a reminder to get right in there. Barb wasn't projecting as well, but.
So good morning. Last but most exciting in my view, I thank you for your time this morning to address with you key issues with respect to the Finance Department team, responsibilities, and what to expect in the coming months. So we're very pleased to be here to present this to you this morning. So firstly, I'm going to start off with introductions. So we have with us online Joanne Cermak, Director of Financial Services, and her face should come up on the screen there for you. I have with me here Nicole Pincombe, Director of Business Planning and Budgets, Mary Simpson, Director of Risk Management, Economic Studies and Procurement, and Jatinder Singh is online. He's our Director of Internal Audit. We do have a vacant director role, Director of Financial Solutions, Utility Finance, and Investment Portfolio Management. As an aside, we specialize in really odd and unusual titles, so we'll continue to work on that skill set. My thanks to Jatinder for stepping in here until the position is filled. And lastly, my administrative assistant is Shannon McGregor, so please contact Shannon if you need me and can't reach me. So you have seen this very similar slide of the full council orientation. I'm not going to walk through this slide with you. I wanted it to be in the deck, but I'm going to spend some time with you on some key areas that hopefully will help you deliver on your role in Finance and Administration Committee. So before I dive into strategic priorities, I'm going to just say a few words about Joanne because she's responsible for the centralized accounting for the region, all of its entities, and deals with financial reporting. And the reason why I raised this as a particular item is that at this point, we issue about 1,000 reports a year. So if we're a little slow or seem to be a little slow at reports, this is an area that has become a huge, significant burden, particularly with COVID reporting, but it has expanded through that. So we will give you some updates here and there, but it is a very heavy burden. Now, the department also covers traditional things like expenditure management, payroll, accounts receivable, cash handling, and all those kinds of things. So now I'm going to dive into our strategic priorities, and we're going to focus on a few areas throughout the slide that will hopefully help you to understand some of what our pressures are. So this is a summary of our strategic priorities, in addition to all things Bill 23 and 39 in support of the CAO's office. So a key issue for this committee will be the expiry and replacement of the current development charges bylaw and background study. And Mary does have a separate presentation for you this morning, particular to that, and a report on today's agenda. We're in the midst of significant upgrades to our financial and human resources software. That's a major project that's been ongoing, and hopefully we might get through it in 2023 or early 2024. Nicole is going to speak to you on budget and business planning. The internal audit and the risk management team play a significant role in partnership with Corporate Services IT implementing a comprehensive cybersecurity program, and you'll be seeing things about that over the course of the year as well. And you're going to see a report in February on our work on enhancing our investment portfolio. And then one of the other key issues, and you'll recall from our orientation and the December water budget, is to get RF readers, remote frequency readers installed on every single meter reader, because what our issue are, and council will appreciate this in committee, that's where you get a lot of calls. So we'll talk a little bit about that program. So hopefully we'll be able to eliminate meter readings in that process of the manual ones. So on this one here, we're just going to spend just a minute on financial services. So of particular importance here really is the bottom section of the slide, and it's related to today's report from Corporate Services on delegation of authority. So council has approved what's called the budget management policy, and that's how we provide oversight to all the department's activities. So it covers off financial authorities, incorporates what and when accountability reports come to this committee or through CIP reports. So that's a major oversight policy of this committee that allows us to make sure that the departments are on course with respect to their activities, and it lays out the thresholds and items that come to this committee. So I'm now going to turn it over to Nicole for a few minutes to speak on business planning and budgets.
Thanks, Nancy. So this slide is a depiction of our business planning cycle, and it shows the linkages between the different processes that we undertake in order to support the rest of the organization. And so as you can see from the top left, this process is grounded in the region's strategic plans. These plans guide not only our priorities of our budget, but also our long-term fiscal plans. The forecasts and financial studies provide insights into specific policy areas for foundational business planning. The annual business plans and budgets themselves are driven from these strategic plans and long-term financial studies. Measurement of our performance and continuously looking for best practices to enhance service delivery is key. And in summary, I just want to relay that the strategic plans of council are very important and they play a very key role in the business planning process. So this slide has a couple of key messages. So I'd first like to mention that the pie chart in the middle depicts the two main budgets that the region has that come before Finance and Administration Committee and Regional Council, that being the water supply and sanitary sewer budget, which was approved in December at $508.1 million. As a composition of the total 2022 budget, because we don't yet have the 2023 property tax budgets approved. So as part of the 2022 approved budgets, the water and sewer budget represents approximately 21.6% of the overall gross spend, with property tax budgets representing the balance of 78.4%. And those budgets include all of the other services that the region provides. On the far right of the slide, you can see the 2021 year-end replacement values for all of our regional assets. So in total, the region's assets have a replacement value of approximately $17.8 billion. So for context, that translates into an investment of approximately $73,000 per household in the region. So a significant amount of assets. So as I mentioned on the last slide, there are two main budgets, the water, sewer, and the property tax budget. This slide here just focuses on the property tax budget. And just for reference, it includes 2022. That's the last approved budget. So you can see here again that the total spend is $1.73 billion. The left graph provides a breakdown of the expenditures, with social service, police, roads, and bridges with the highest component. And on the right, you can see how we finance that. So of our gross expenditures, approximately 43.9% are coming from property taxes. And also of importance is the significant funds that we're receiving from the provincial government. And those are really focused mostly in social services and in health. We also use, wherever possible, any other financial opportunities, such as reserve funds and debt, to finance our services. And we'll talk, Nancy, Elaine, and I will talk a little bit more about the 2023 budget in our guideline presentation this morning that will follow. So this slide drills down on that 43.9% of the 2022 budget that was funded from property taxes. And you can see here that of that property tax funding source, of that approximately one third or 31% goes to support the DRPS. 19.5 funds social services. And there's also a note here on what the average property tax bill is for the regional portion of a single family detached home. So we're just going to switch gears a little bit here and focus now on corporate asset management. So first, I'd like to play just a short introductory video, which has been produced by the Municipal Finance Officers Association of Ontario. I like this one because it explains corporate asset management from a municipal experience. So hopefully we've done it right and Roger can play it. If not, I may have to send you the link. And you probably needed it in PowerPoint, didn't you? I apologize. We will send you the link for the video. It is a good video. If you have a couple of minutes to watch it, it really provides sort of and summarizes quite nicely all of the different elements of the asset management planning process that a region undertakes. So in particular, our asset management planning process includes a state of our infrastructure. It explains various service level standards for each of our asset classes. It talks about the performance of our assets against those standards. It considers life cycle considerations, so what the operating and capital costs are over the life cycle of our assets. It looks at what our capital investment needs are. It focuses on climate adaptation of those assets, risk assessment of our assets, and as well as continuous improvement areas for the management of our assets. Asset management planning in municipalities is specifically regulated by the province of Ontario, and it is a core requirement for grant funding, such as the Canada Community Building Funding, which is previously known as federal gas tax funding. Significant work still needs to take place in 2023 to comply with the next required milestone under Regulation 588.17, which those requirements are needed for July 2024. So there in this slide here, there are links to the region's asset management policy and asset management plan, and certainly we're happy to share with you those documents as well. They are posted on the region's website. So the last thing I'd like to chat with you about is around property tax policy. So as you can see, we do provide a complete report annually on property tax policy items that usually accompanies the budget, the final budget submissions to committee and council. And simplistically, property taxes are calculated by multiplying property assessed values times the tax rates, and that gives you, of course, the amount of taxes that are due. There are some more complexities, though, to this simple calculation that you'll see in the upcoming report, and these include areas such as property tax ratios, which is not to be confused with property tax rates, tax burden, tax classes, and tax policies. So as you know, our property tax system rests on the assessed values of property that MPACT provides. And right now, those assessed values are based on a July 1st, 2016 valuation date. So that's quite dated. Obviously, with current economic conditions, valuations of properties have changed quite significantly since January of 2016. So once the new valuation date is set by the province, we will anticipate significant shifts in property tax burden between the various property tax payers. So this will be a significant issue that this committee will have to grapple with, likely during this term of council. So we'll be providing you with extensive education and information to the committee as well as the public once the reassessment timeframe is announced and we understand what those reassessment shifts are. I'll now turn it over to Mary. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Mary Simpson, and I am the Director of the Risk Management, Economic Studies, and Procurement Division within the Finance Department. I'd like to focus first on our Economic Studies unit. Our Economic Studies team collaborates with program areas across all departments on various strategic initiatives. Our mainstay is long-term financial planning, and included in that work are the annual credit reviews of the region that are undertaken by the bond rating associations. We, as you would expect, also do economic analysis with risk assessment and mitigation strategies, and you would see those reports coming forward in the info reports that are presented to Council. We also do business case development and provide policy advice, along with fiscal impact studies, and we find solutions for financing in large-scale servicing agreements. As my next presentation will address in much greater detail, we are also responsible for coordination of the regional development charge policy and underlying bylaws, and we also coordinate the corporate benchmarking activities which are done across all departments at the region. An example of some of the specific work that we do is the administration of the Regional Revitalization Program and the Community Investment Grants. If I could have the next slide, please. Thank you. Our main focus, as I've stated, is in doing the long-term financial planning. The Regional Council has approved a long-term financial planning framework, which is an integrated and coordinated focus on funding Regional Council's priorities, along with accommodating growth and investing in infrastructure and service levels while ensuring stable, predictable taxes and user rates. That study includes a detailed reserve fund policy, financial planning process, and financial policies which are guided by three core principles of financial flexibility, sustainability, and affordability. It also includes a performance measurement component, which is one specific example is provided of the Municipal Benchmarking Network Canada, which our CIO leads, and we implement the financial side of it across the corporation, and it's a network of over 16 municipalities. If I could have the next slide, thank you. As part of our long-term financial planning work, we are tasked with doing development-related work. We do so in collaboration with the planning and the works departments. And a focus here is on development charges. And development charges are defined by provincial legislation and set out by regional bylaw. They allow for the recovery of growth-related capital costs which would otherwise be funded by property taxes or water and sewer user rates. They are currently imposed on new residential and new non-residential development for those growth-related costs related to water, sewer, regional roads, regional transit, and what we call soft services, which are police, paramedic, and long-term care, as well as collecting the provincial GO Transit development charge. The region also has 2 area-specific development charges which complement the Phase 1 Seton front-ending agreement. The development charges are complemented by a series of policies which guide the implementation of those development charges, and more information is going to be provided in the next presentation. In addition to our work on development charges, we also lead the fiscal impact studies and financing for large-scale servicing agreements, and integrated within this work is also the administration of the Regional Revitalization Program. If I could get the next slide, thank you. The second unit within my division is procurement. And the region has centralized procurement for all of the regional departments and a number of our agencies, including transit and the local housing authority. We are responsible for the purchase of supplies and services, including tenders and requests for proposals, with an average annual spend of $500 million. The centralized procurement is undertaken in a collaborative approach, with the departments providing the definitions for any specifications and evaluation criteria, and procurement providing the professional advice, formal processes, and negotiation skills. That procurement is followed using the regional council approved bylaw and high standards of ethics to ensure that there is fairness, transparency, and unbiasedness for all vendors. As part of this process, confidentiality is held at a very high level. And of course, we must also abide by the Canadian Free Trade Agreement and the Canadian-European Trade Agreement. If I could get thank you. Complemented, the work that we do around issuing tenders, RFPs, and quotations is also complemented by our work in group purchasing opportunities. This is where we combine purchasing power for commonly required goods and services to achieve a better value. The main focus is using the Durham Purchasing Co-op, which many of you would have heard of, because all of the area municipalities and a number of the local government agencies are also members within that co-op. The region is also a member in the Greater Toronto Hamilton procurement group, as well as we leverage various group purchasing organizations, such as the Province of Ontario. In order to ensure that our procurement remains current and following best practices, we are heavily involved in innovation and vendor outreach within this unit. The third unit within my division, what operates very quietly and very efficiently, is our materials and office services unit. And this is the courier and the mail, which is offered between the region, the area municipalities, and a number of agencies, along with shipping and receiving and printing in this building. And my fourth section is risk management and insurance. And again, this is a centralized service that is offered across the region, so all regional departments, including the agencies of transit, local housing, and police services. We do the work around claims management and administration, along with insurance placement and the management of pooled and self-insurance. And although I'm responsible for the unit, it is actually Nancy who sits on the board of the Durham Municipal Insurance Pool, and she is going to walk you through the remainder of this section.
So there are some things you can't let go of, and insurance is one of them. I have a passion for it, and as Mary mentioned, I do sit on the board of the insurance pool. So I thought if Mary didn't mind me taking over the section to walk you through, because this is an area of interest for you both at the local perspective, but also claims is an issue that and emerging risk issues are an area of a particular concern. So as Mary mentioned, it is a centralized service delivery and includes the region, Durham Region Transit, Durham Region Local Housing Corporation, and Durham Region Police Services, and they administer the Durham Municipal Insurance Pool. And that's really where I'm going to spend a bit of time. Just you can see on this slide that they receive over 500 claims a year, and half of those are from local area municipalities, just to give you the context of the volumes that come through. So I'm going to walk you through the basic concepts of pooling for those of you that this is new on. So if we'll move to the next slide, please. So insurance pools are not unique, but they are very broadly used in the States, way more than in Canada. It's essentially a sophisticated group purchasing and pooling of funds initiative. So it's sort of like a layer cake, if you will. So the individual members, the local municipalities and the region pay claims up to their deductible. The insurance pool pays from that deductible up to the pool coverage level, and then we buy reinsurance from external insurance companies for those large claims. So it's like a layer cake that all fits together, and then we work cooperatively in dealing with issues. It is a long-term commitment, primarily due to the very long time frame for some claims to come to resolution. And some of you will again have seen reports, and will see reports from your local municipalities on claims. Some of them can take 10 to 12 years or longer to resolve. So the insurance pool is a long-term commitment. It's also long-term because of the financing. So we have actuarial basis that we use to cover the costs, and that again has a long-term time frame. And again, we've essentially created an insurance company that covers a whole host of services that are actually broader than even if you just normally bought something from an external insurance company. So we'll move to the next slide, please. So this slide, I'm going to just talk to you a little bit about the governance of the insurance pool, and then touching on the benefits of the insurance pool. So the top portion here, you can see how the structure is reflected. So area treasurers are delegated authority to represent their municipalities on the board of directors, and this is through specific approvals and agreements that came to your local councils as well as coming through the region. There is a subscribers agreement that lays out all the rules that the DMIP operates under. And the region has a section in the municipality that acts as an administrator of the pool and provides resources to all the pool members, such as claims management, risk management advice, contract advice, negotiating agreements and training, etc. We do a lot of actuarial studies to support the funding requirements, both for operating costs, insurance coverages, and reserves for what are called both open claims and unanticipated future claims. Because again, as you likely know, you have at least 2 years to present your claim to a third party. So we could receive a claim 2 years from now for a slip on a sidewalk today. So we have to actuarially estimate what that's going to be so that we're setting aside the right amount of funds to deal with those claims in future years. And then the bottom portion speaks to the benefits of the Durham Insurance Pool. And there are many long-standing benefits, and the longer the pool is in existence, the more these help us out. But there are things like dividends back to the municipalities for good claims experience and funds that are available then to turn back. Interest earnings to offset insurance costs for not paying big premiums out to a third party. We know how we're going to pay claims, but we can invest that money in the meantime. So that's a very big plus. And then purchasing at much higher deductibles from insurance companies for that very top layer is much less expensive than if you're buying from, say, a $25,000 deductible up. So there's a lot of flexibility there, and it has provided some significant benefits to us over the years. On this slide, I'm just going to touch a little bit of the types of coverages because we have sort of 3 areas that we need to focus on. So we have coverages that are provided through the pool. We have coverages that are provided outside the pool in standalone policies, and we have things that are self-insured because there's no viable insurance market to purchase from. So pool coverages are quite traditional. Property, fleet, and liability are generally what the pool specializes in. There are other coverages, and those are things like crime, equipment breakdown, volunteers. For the region, it's aviation. We have specific policies for transit, and we have a separate policy for the Dufferin Creek Water Pollution Control Plant because of our partnership with the York Region and the sheer size and complexity and dollar value of that facility. So the region does self-insure. So we're essentially, it's a fancy way of saying that we're essentially responsible for the full value from the first dollar up. Self-insurance is a nice way of saying that we're on the hook for the entire value of what may occur in these areas. And we have environmental damage to third parties. We have cyber coverage and punitive damages. So in some cases, the cost of insurance is way greater than the risk of the losses in those areas. In other cases, insurance simply can't be obtained because of market forces of a global nature. And we actually source markets worldwide, not just even local or Canada. So our insurance staff actually are sourcing worldwide coverages. So it's quite a sophisticated entity that you oversee through this committee. Next slide, please. So this one, we're just going to talk about just for a minute on what you'll see this year. So we are, renewals are a July 1st date. So the bulk of that work takes place in March and April. We are planning a number of seminars for pool members and staff, and we broadcast these out. The world of electronic meetings has really helped us in training, because now when we host an insurance pool training session, it can be right out to your work staff or the particular staff involved. So that's been a tremendous benefit to us. Risk management is moving on several enterprise risk management collaborations. And then we also could do specific risk assessments on properties and or specific areas. So you can see, for example, tobogganing, multi-use trails, signage. We even have a hot topic as you're smiling. We even do site visits and give you recommendations on risk management issues around particular locations. So that's it for insurance. I have a couple of other in the last division that we are currently sourcing a new director for. So I'm going to cover off a couple of these areas. So utility finance is one. That's our water, sewer billing, collection, and customer service team led by Don Siciliano. And this is often where you do receive the most calls as councillors relating to regional issues from constituents. So we do issue over 750,000 water and sewer bills annually. And again, our biggest priority here is to get those RF readers onto meters, because what happens is it's the single largest customer service issue we have. People get those paper cards, they forget to fill them out, or they send in the wrong information, they have trouble reading them, and we do estimated billings. Well, as you know, if you have a very small water leak, it can accumulate to a significant dollar value if there's no trigger for you to go looking for it or to notice it or realize it. So if we can get the RF readers installed, we won't have long periods of time where there's not a catch up, and then you don't know when something occurred and how long it's been a problem. So that's really our biggest priority here. And then the last thing I'll say is if you can encourage, if you can encourage all your residents to participate online in My Durham Water, they can see all kinds of interesting information for their accounts and some great educational pieces in there as well. I'm going to speak a little bit about investment portfolio. This is a very active area for us, and you will see some reports forthcoming on this. So it's important to note, and I really want to make this message clear. Our portfolio value at the end of 2021 was about $3.5 billion. It's approaching about $4 billion now. What I wanted to really get across is that this does not represent surplus cash. So it's not money that we just have sitting waiting. It is, our investment portfolio includes balances in the reserve funds. It includes deferred revenue receipts like federal gas tax monies and other grant funding that comes in lump sums. It includes capital that's been approved but not yet spent. So some projects, as you know, it can take 2 to 3 years to get the entire project delivered. So the cash gets invested in the meantime. It includes operating funds that are invested until they're required, because we obviously follow the cycle of municipal billing. So that comes quarterly, and our cash flow fluctuates as a result of that. It includes funded portion of unfunded liabilities. So when you look at the liabilities on our financial statements, we do have some of that funded. It's not entirely unfunded. It includes cash collected for upcoming debt obligations and essentially funds held in trust for future purposes. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear, that this isn't sort of just an accumulation of money that's sitting there. It is all of these things that we talk about. This is where the money gets invested to make returns. So the top part of the slide does show you the various investment types and durations at the end of 2021, because 2022 financial year has not yet closed. But we have been very busy in 2022, and so I want to just take a quick minute there. So you can see that not only have we increased our duration, we've implemented a more active strategy. So Council approved a new policy last January. We've also started investing in social and green bonds, which is new for us, including a Government of Canada Ukraine bond. So a report is forthcoming in February to give you greater insights into some additional activities we want to undertake from an investment portfolio perspective. Debt is also an important piece that this division delivers on. So they issue debt in the capital markets for both the region and the local area municipalities. Under the Municipal Act, it's the upper tier that borrows. And this is actually a hugely complex process. When I worked at the lower tier for a long period of time, I thought, oh, I could send an email. This is how much I want. Here's my, a council approved report, and off you go. It is months long negotiating with the capital markets and the instruments and the types and durations. It's quite a fascinating activity. So we will see, you can see on the chart here that our activity has actually been much more active in the last couple of years, and that will be a significant trend over the coming 5 to 10 years. So there is a lot of debt that's going to be on the books coming forward with respect to big capital projects that we had been planning for a long time, and now many of them during this term of council are starting to come to fruition. So there will be significant debt being issued over this time frame that you will see reports on. Debt issuance, as I say, is very complicated, so we will report on that to you regularly. And the region actually, where feasible, does purchase our own debt. So part of our investment side is actually to own some of our own debt. On the next slide here, quickly, the Internal Audit Division is led by Jatinder Singh. So his team is a valued support to all the departments across the organization, and they focus on consulting engagements with those departments, and we're a resource for local area municipalities. So we have done a couple of things for the locals, and we're happy to share lots of information and help on one-off issues. So please just let us know if there's somewhere we can assist there. And the division provides a huge amount of training. Formal fraud training is a key example there. So upcoming reports, I think we've touched base on most of these. In February, you're going to see the transit long-term financing strategy. You will see an investment portfolio update, and the paramedic one is going to go to committee of the whole because it was generated through Health and Social Services. So it's a combination of the interests of both committees. So it'll go to committee of the whole. March, of course, is primarily budgets, but you will see the property tax study, as Nicole mentioned, and council remuneration and expenses. That's a mandatory report. And then April to June, you'll see development charge reports and credit rating reports. There's likely a lot of others that will drop in, but those are the ones that we know are annual ones that you'll see. So on that note, we're happy to answer any questions you might have. We will be doing specific presentations on individual subject matters as they come to committee for approval so that you're well versed in our activities. So thank you for that.
Great. I do have a speakers list. Councillor Lee. I did, didn't I? Here we go. It's not working. We're not hearing you, Sterling. One sec. I got him going. I'll come back to you, Sterling. Okay. Councillor Leahy.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Sorry, Sterling. We'll get back to you. So I have a couple quick questions. So one of the things, on the pieces on the pool and the DM municipal insurance pool, like, do we have an outline of how much we're saving versus doing it ourselves versus going out to market? Because that's always something. It does come up from time to time. It's just, are we spending extra money on that thing? Like I'm don't worry, I'm sold. I know we are. I just want to be able to reinforce that information. So how much we're saving is the first piece. Like, do we have a piece that shows the benefit versus going to full market for our insurance needs?
So not as directly as you would like. Number one, because we've been in the pool for so many years now that we are our own entity. So we can't go and test the market, if you will,
Right.
Because they know that we can't hop in and out. So they're not going to spend months worth of effort to provide an individual quote for all of our entities, knowing that we're not actually coming out of the pool.
Not likely to do it. Yeah.
That being said, we do like to go to market on occasion for that highest tier level of insurance because it's a competitive market. It is very tough. We do provide stats through AMO, and it's a bit dated now, but the last time they put together a report, it does show that the market side of insurance in a time frame where ours has stayed at about 5. So there's other indicators we save on insurance adjusting, and so there's so much dollar per file, and we can say how many files we handle internally versus that. But to say that we can say this is an exact dollar value, the fact that we're giving back dividends and the quantum of those, very good